we all need to take a step back. We all need to tone it all down. But how many times have we said this?
The bottom line here, Dennis, and as I listen to you, and I'm thinking about this, nobody likes to win and lose more than maybe we did. We had some fun the other day winning a little match with your kids, and we had fun, and the kids were competing, and it was just a nice, friendly thing. And at the end, we went over and we were working on a couple of shots on the range, and it was just really a pleasant day. And talking to the kids, it was a great time, and just chatting. And we sat down and had lunch together. So, but here's the deal: the winning and losing ought to stop at the winning of election or the losing of election, and then the winning of putting together good policy for all people, whether they voted or not for you, is what we're supposed to be graduated into. And it seems to me that we've going backward on that we're not able to graduate into that. And as we do it, as we look for the next election unceasingly, we've dragged along a whole lot of people with us, or they've dragged us along with them, and saying, oh, well, that side got in, but they must have cheated, or they must have done this, or they're horrible, or they're Hitler, or they're whatever. And we've gotten crazy about this instead of working together to really solve decent policy. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I completely agree, and the focus of policy is all but lost, actually.
Right.
And look, whether you voted for Donald Trump or not, you should be rooting for him to win or to succeed. Should be rooting for him to do what's best for the country.
Right.
And that's regardless of who the president is. That should be our view, or who your congressman is. You want them to do well, because when they do well, we all do well, right?
I think so. I think that was the idea. Yeah. When Joe Biden was in, he was my president. When Barack Obama was in, he was my president. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're my president. They're my country. I am not about to equate them to a guy who killed 10 million Jewish people during the war. I'm not about to do that. And yet we see so much of that going on anymore. I was looking the other day, Godwin's Law. Dr. Robert Godwin came up with this idea back on social media one day where he said, Godwin's Law is this: the longer you proceed in any conversation, the higher the percentage, any political conversation, the higher the percentage goes that Hitler or the Nazis are going to get mentioned the later you get into the conversation, which kind of makes you smile a little bit. And yet it is kind of sick to think that it happens way too often in this country, whether it's the Nazis or some other horrible group that you want to compare someone to, and you say, wait a second, those people killed millions of people. I got a guy here I disagree with on policy. Where's the disconnect there?
Here's Dennis's law. If you're in a political discourse and you evoke Nazis, you lose. Unless you're talking specifically about the resurgence of, quote unquote, the Nazi party and people wearing swastikas.
Right.
Okay. But if you're trying to throw that label on modern day politicians, and I have an uncle who was killed by Nazis. My mother's brother was killed by Nazis over there in Germany, and there were a lot of people tortured by them. Nothing of today really equates to that. And so if you evoke that, you lose. And one other rule, and I don't know if you saw the video, they're calling her the Philly fan Karen, who was yelling at the guy to get a baseball.
I saw it.
Here's another rule, and I said this on TV the other day. If you're an adult and you're in a baseball stadium and you're going for a ball, and that ball is in a kid's glove, the game is over right there.
Right.
You just stop, and it stays in the kid's glove. Can we all agree on that? It's a $4.95 baseball.
Right. And you need to be decent at that point. You need to be an adult. Be an adult in the world and quit being a jerk at that particular time. And you just made a great point. If you mentioned Nazis in a conversation with me, I just walked away. I'm done talking with you about it, and I feel bad for you that you're at that point. And I might even say something at that particular point. Are you kidding me? Really? That's what you're equating it to? And to me, you've just lost out in the world of ideas and the world of conversation, and I feel bad. 9/11. You were around during 9/11. What were your thoughts that day? We've been talking about the world surreal.
Well, there's two things, and actually, 9/11 is one, but 9/12 is another thought. But I actually, United Way has its day of caring every year. In fact, it was yesterday in some places. But the Naval Support Activity, NAVSUP up here, the Navy base, right in Mechanicsburg. Which is a fascinating place, by the way, what they do there. But anyway, they were having their day of caring, and they asked me to come in and MC their breakfast. Mm-hmm. So I went on the base, and it's basically a kickoff breakfast to get the employees excited about this campaign, this giving campaign, fundraising campaign. And so I go on the base, and then all of a sudden, 9/11 happens. They canceled that event. I'm with the admiral who was in charge of the base. And as I was leaving the base, and I will never forget this, it was a very friendly, I came on the base, and there must have been 14 soldiers at the gate, all with guns drawn.
Wow.
Large, I'll call them machine guns. My gun friends will tell me they're not machine guns, whatever they were. Large guns, and they were not playing, and they're like, get away, everybody out. Like, they didn't want anybody even stopping, because at that point, and this was still, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
At that point, they didn't know who possibly was attacking. They didn't know what, but it was just interesting to see a base, a very sleepy little base in a neighborhood in Mechanicsburg, turn into what was really a military operation with the flip of a switch. They went to like DEFCON 4 of defense in a moment's notice.
And what's amazing,
so
you drove in the base. You drove in the base one way, and you go out another way, looking at.
That's exactly
my gosh!
Right.
What's the difference here?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And those and the guards that were out front were not playing. They were saying, "Hey, keep moving, keep moving." They wanted everybody off the base,
right?
Because they didn't know what potential. But I am still heartened. I almost cry thinking about the feelings that we had for one another on September 12th.
Right.
And how we've certainly drifted so far from that. We had the goodwill and the true empathy of the world. We were, caring for each other, and we recognized the main thing is the main thing, as Jalen Hurts likes to say, and the main thing is the humanity of us all. And on 9/12, that started, and it lasted for, several months. I remember all the flags that were out, and everybody's house. I mean, it was terrible what happened, but it was amazing what happened afterwards.
I remember we were selling getting donations for flags. We were handing out flags for like 3 or 4 days for the Red Cross to get blood for people who had, and people drive by and beep horns. I mean, it was unbelievable to see how people reacted. Someone put $100 in for a flag and different stuff like that. It just was crazy to watch how people were there the opening days. And that was almost like we slapped ourselves and wait a second, time to go back to being miserable again to each other. And again, that's not a blanket thing, but you know what I'm saying, back to kind of normal. And, to this day, maybe the one thing we need to think about today, Dennis, and I'll let you have the final word on this. The one thing we need to think about is, how are we treating each other? Are we treating each other with respect? Do we care about what the other person has to say? Are we really truly able to listen and process and maybe say, you got a better idea? Or maybe say, maybe my idea's better, but here's why I think so. What do you think? Maybe we get back to that. Maybe I'm too Pollyannish in the way I'm thinking about it. Your final thoughts this morning.
Well, you're not Pollyanna. You're right. Whether we can get there, I don't know. I know we were there on 9/12, and as everybody thinks about this anniversary, the 24th anniversary, let's think back to where we were on September 12th, and how do we get back there? Yeah. And kindness, be kind to one another, be empathetic, because, you don't know what the other person's going through. And the temperature across the board, there's a nastiness out there, there's an intense partisanship out there. And again, think about the humanity and the kindness. I just keep coming back to kindness. There can't be enough kindness, and you know what? Kindness in a given day can make someone's day and can really make a difference in this world if we all think to ourselves, hey, how do we get back to where we were on 9/12?
Yeah, a great point. And maybe the biggest question I can bring out of it is something you just said. Are we bringing the temperature up? Or are we bringing the temperature down in any particular conversation? Maybe if we could just start to bring it down a little bit, we'll be doing something to make things better. Dennis, great having you in this morning. Thank you for your thoughts, and we always appreciate it. Looking forward to talking to you next week, my friend.
Well, thank you, and again, we certainly appreciate the game of golf and to spend some time with you. It was wonderful.
It was great spending time with you. It was great again, my friend. Thank you again. Dennis Owens, ABC 27 News here this morning on the Gary Sutton Show as we think back of 24 years ago on this day. Right here on WOYK. When we come back, more news for you. There were some other things happening around, but obviously focused on yesterday's shooting and obviously also the observance of Patriot Day here on the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK at 748.
outside, another yellow moon has punched a hole in the nighttime mist. I climb through the window and down to the street. I'm shining like a new dime. The downtown trains are full of all.
September 11th, 2025, 24 years after the events of 9/11, and we're here on the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK. I do want to remind you, Jack Giambalvo Family of Dealerships has a car tip for the week this week. Have your brakes, belts, and hoses inspected now before the cooler weather really gets here on a regular basis. And upcoming fall roads will put extra stress on worn parts. Yeah, and you get into all those leaves and all that kind of stuff. So Jack Giambalvo reminds you those little tips along the way. And if you're looking right now for your very next ride, Jack Giambalvo Family of Dealerships has got hundreds of pre-owned vehicles across 6 different locations right here in York County, from SUVs to trucks to sedans and imports and domestics. You have your choice there at Jack Giambalvo. Whatever you're looking for, they've got the make and the model to fit your lifestyle. You know, when you buy used with Jack Giambalvo, you'll get free lifetime state safety inspections for your car and even other vehicles in your household. Plus, your first oil change is on Jack Giambalvo Family of Dealerships. All the brands you want, hundreds of vehicles to choose from. They've got them all for you, and they're backed by the community for over 50 years right here in York. People have looked to Jack Giambalvo for a long, long time to get the right kind of vehicle, new or used, and here we're talking about used vehicles. You want to shop online anytime? Go right now to GiambalvoPreOwnedInventory.com. That's GiambalvoPreOwnedInventory.com and find a car that's going to be right for you. They certainly have the great selection there at the Jack Giambalvo Family of Dealerships. Experience the Giambalvo difference today. WOYK News Time is 7:54 here on a Thursday morning, and we've been talking about different people involved on 9/11. Women at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon provided emergency care to survivors, and some continued to report and photograph the events as they happen, according to the National September 11th Memorial and Museum. And first responders from the FDNY, the Fire Department of New York City, the Police Authority, the Port Authority Police, and New York Police Department suffered tremendous losses, with hundreds losing their lives and many more continuing to deal with long-term health issues from their work at the site. How many of us marveled on 9/11, Mark, if you look at the good in a very tough time of people running to the towers, people crawling up the steps to help save people. I remember reading about the 5 firefighters who grabbed a woman and brought her down the stairs, and they were coming down the stairs when the tower collapsed. And those 5 people were caught in a stairwell and were found that day, and this woman as well, who was saved by a miracle. So we had stories like that as well, of stories of heroism that we saw that day a lot.
I think
more.
It was the History Channel or one had, and I have a tendency to watch it, even though I've seen it a million times, kind of like Goodfellas.
Right.
The way it was done time-wise, they had timestamps, so you were following what was happening chronologically, both from the hijackings right through to the planes crashing, to people trying to get out, and hearing the stories from the actual people involved. And I thought it was a heck of a piece of documentary work. The thing, you and I talked about this briefly this morning, and I'll just bring it up now just because I have a moment. September 11th was just like any other day before that attack, and it had a number of things that happened on a September 11th that you probably don't know about because of the attack. For example, the very first Miss America pageant was broadcast 1954. Lee Merriweather is the one who won. The Carol Burnett Show premiered on September 11th, 1967, won 25 Emmys. I mean,
wow,
that's pretty good.
And of course, we remember the theme to that song.
Yes.
I'm so glad we had this time together.
Oh,
Yeah,
we got a acapella version.
Yep.
51 years ago, on September 11th, 1974, Little House on the Prairie debuted.
Wow.
So that was Michael Landon and Melissa Gilbert. Some other things that happened. A few notable deaths. They weren't ground shaking, but the actor Lorne Greene from Bonanza, he played the father. He died on this date in 1987. Jessica Tandy, remember Driving Miss Daisy?
Yes.
She died on this date in 1994. And is there a Colt fan alive who doesn't remember September 11th, 2002? So it was the year after the attacks. Johnny Unitas died. He was 69.
I played at a golf tournament one day at Hayfield's Country Club, and it was a celebrity golf tournament. And I was invited down there, and there were a bunch of carts out to the side of the clubhouse. And I was walking out there to get ready to play my round. I got there a little bit early, and there was a guy sitting over there in the carts. And so I walked over to try to find my cart. It had names on the front of it. And I put my clubs on there, and the guy was sitting there. It was Johnny Unitas, sitting there by himself. And I walked over, and I said, Mr. Unitas, I said, I hate to bother you, but just an honor to meet you and great admirer. And we sat down and had a conversation for like 10 minutes or so. What a gentle, humble soul he was. It was incredible. And just to sit there and be talking with Johnny Unitas, no one else around at that point, and you think, oh my gosh, here's a guy that was considered at that point like the greatest quarterback of all time. And,
one of them,
and yet there he was.
And one other death to make mention, because it was September 11th, 2003, that Three's Company superstar John Ritter died. I think one of the things there was that he was also only 54, so it was kind of a shock.
I do want to remind you that this hour has been brought to you by AFL, Accountability for Life. This outfit is doing so much good work for kids. Russ Stoner and all his people over there are committed to preparing and mentoring at-risk adolescents for lifelong success by teaching them the proper kinds of values and making sure that they're accountable for their actions. And isn't that something we're talking about a lot today? Accountability for Life mentors at-risk students through a revival of sports and the lost pathway of developing strong traditional core values. Check them out today at aflyorkpa.info or give Russ Stoner a call. He's a head coach over at William Penn High School at 717-577-0306 to see what you can do to maybe help that along. A great organization there, and so proud to be involved with them. It is 8 o'clock.
York's only local show is back on its new home on York's only local station.
Guess who's back again.
This is the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK.
I'm back.
Now, broadcasting live from WOYK's downtown York studios inside Wellspan Park, here's Gary Sutton.
And welcome back to the Gary Sutton Show here on WOYK on a Thursday morning. It is September 11th, 2025, 24 years after the events of 9/11/01. 61 degrees here on Brooks Robinson Plaza at Wellspan Park. Tonight, the Revs will be playing their final regular season home game, and we welcome you to come on out here and join us. You can also join us here on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK or at 989WOYK.com on your smartphone to listen to the game. Daryl and I will be on at 6:10, the first pitch at 6:30 tonight. Our show being brought to you by Barley Snyder, attorneys at law. They're our presenting sponsor. Barley Snyder is a strategically focused law firm that represents businesses and organizations and individuals in all major areas of civil law. With offices throughout Pennsylvania and Maryland, the firm's more than 130 plus attorneys provide innovative and effective representation to 29 different areas. A wide range for clients who deal in areas like banking and creditors' rights, environment and energy, ESOPs, senior living, taxes, litigation and risk management, municipal authority, just to name a few. Right here in York, they're located at 100 East Market Street. They're open 9 to 5 daily. You can call them at 717-846-8888 or go to barley.com and find out what they might be able to do for you and or your business. They are a gold standard as far as I'm concerned in our community. Barley Snyder, when you hear that, you know you're going to get great representation. And please tell them Gary Sutton proudly sent you. This hour, the 8 o'clock hour, being brought to you by Augie's Joint. Augie's Joint is located at the Beaver Street side of the Central Market, and they're open 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. daily from Tuesday through Saturday, and they are ready to offer you one of the great lunches you're going to have of all time, whether it's the Augie's Doggy, my favorite, which is basically a chili dog. They have the dog sauce, the house onions, the mustard, and the cheese on there, to a wonderful burger, or the classic cheesesteak, or a barbecued chicken breast, Augie's Deluxe Sandwich, the ribeye steak, or the chicken breast, lettuce, tomato, fried onions, pickle, bacon, house sauce, and cheese. They've got it all. Plus, you can make it into a combo with tater tots and all kinds of things, or a walking crunch, the cheesy chip, the cheesesteak, ribeye steak, fried onions, and cheese. You've got it all right there at Augie's. You know, Augie's is, I think they've got the greatest chili dog I've ever tasted. I really do. And you can stop down there and find out if you agree or disagree. But I'll tell you what, chances are you're going to agree. Augie, who is Brent and Jewel, his wife, and Elijah, who is their helper there, are just knocking it out of the park every day at lunchtime. Why don't you stop on down there today at the Central Market and find out what everybody is finding out. The best lunches you can find are at Augie's right now. And they're open 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday, and they are ready to help you today. They are the sponsors of this hour right here on the Gary Sutton Show. Just great people, and stop on down. You'll get a heaping helping edition of Smile along with the great food you're going to get down there for lunch. Mark has still not gotten down for the chili dog, the Augie's Doggy.
No.
And I am encouraging him highly to get on down there. You know who else has it? Julie Wheeler.
I know.
Our president commissioner.
We should go together.
Yeah, there you go. Call her up and say, Julie, you and I need to get down there and check it out. But we're also remembering today Charlie Kirk, who was shot down yesterday as he was speaking for his group. And Conservative Ideas was shot in the neck yesterday and killed. The shooter is still loose. And so we're remembering today, what are we doing wrong here in America? We're getting a lot of these kind of shootings on Democrats, Republicans, and people of different stripes. What's going on? Can't we have a conversation anymore? Can't we talk to each other? People are trying to shut people out from speaking, or they don't want to hear someone speak, or we have horrible things to say to them and yell people down. Our conversation has gotten way too heated in this country. We also remember today the events of 9/11. And with us this morning, a guy who has been around here for some time now, 8 years, a member of the York Revolution, one of the most storied figures we've had here. And he is Corey Thurman. And he joins us here this morning on the Gary Sutton Show. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Sud? How you doing this morning?
We're doing pretty well, but, you've been in a lot of conversations over the years. You're a guy that loves to converse. You love to listen. You love to talk with people. And this idea yesterday that we would shoot somebody down of a different opinion, what's wrong? Where are we going wrong here in this country? Your thought on that whole event that happened yesterday there in Utah?
Now, for me, it's like no one deserves to die. You know what I mean? And so everyone can have their own opinion, but no one deserves to get shot. And so, like, we can agree to disagree. And we always got to think about it. And I always say this, the eagle has both wings, the left and the right wing. So we have left and right wing in politics. That's okay, but if you shoot the eagle down, the eagle can't fly. How are we going to be a great country if we can't fly?
Yeah.
And so that's how I look at it, you know what I mean? And how are we going to be that way if we don't have another wing to fly with? We got to all be willing to work together, whether we can agree to disagree or we can just disagree. It doesn't matter, but no one deserves to die.
Corey, you were on a lot of teams over the years, and I don't mean to be too simple with this. We had a team called the United States of America, and we're on the same team, but one will be hard-pressed sometimes right now to see that with some people in the country. There are other people that know exactly what that means. But when you were on a team and you had disagreements, I'm sure there were disagreements that come up in a locker room now and then. And how did you deal with that? How did you tone that down? I mean, there are people who want to fire it up, and there's other people who want to tone it down so you can get around to getting a solution and having a team working together. Your thoughts on that?
Yes, and what you just said is it's about like what I tell my kids. Are you bringing me a problem or are you bringing me a solution? And you're talking about the solution. The key is the solution. And the solution is that we want to be the greatest country on the planet. The solution as a baseball team is to get a win. I don't care what y'all arguing about as teammates. Hey, man, let's figure it out. You feel the ground ball at shortstop. You pick it out the dirt at first. I'm going to throw the strikes. You catch the balls in the outfield. Bullpen come in and shut it down. Let's close it out. Let's get it done. And then we can all go our separate ways.
Yeah.
But no matter what in life, it's like the solution is getting a W. And for us as Americans, we got to figure out how do we continue to win as a country. And the only way we're going to do that is if we do it together. Because like I just said, the eagle can't fly without both wings.
No, I like that analogy. I really do. And the point is that we are a nation of all kinds of differences. You think about all the differences that we have. But the idea of turning away from a conversation or shooting someone because they're having a conversation about something that you really disagree with, that's something kind of new, at least new in terms of the amount of times that it seems to be happening in this country right now. And I just think we're better than that. What do you think?
As human beings, we're all better than that. And that's the world as a whole. And now it's like anything else. You got to sweep around your own front door before you start trying to sweep around other people. Yeah. And so as long as we got to take care of America first. Let's take care of here first about us just making sure that we're together, and then we can help other countries. We're always doing other stuff for other countries, and that's great. I love all of that. But let's make sure that we're good here. And we have stuff going on here, just like people have in other countries. You know what I mean? And we're trying to help. So let's help ourselves, because it's like what they do when you get on a plane. When you have the flight attendant, and they're sitting up here, and they say, hey, put your mask on first, then assist others. Because if you can't breathe, if the plane is going down, how are you going to help someone else?
Well, no,
you know what I mean? Yeah. So they tell you got to clean yourself up first. You got to sweep around your own front door. So I'm going to put my mask on first. Right. And I'm going to make sure that I'm right for what I'm trying to do. And like what we're talking about right now, if I'm doing right by both sides, both wings of the eagle and both sides, if we're doing right, you know what I mean, whether you're a liberal, you're conservative, you're conservative liberal, or you're a liberal conservative, it doesn't matter. We're all Americans. That's what, because we all bleed red.
Yep.
We all bleed the same.
I've seen you in action where you've helped out at golf tournaments and you've been up on the tee and you played the part, beat the pro, you hit the shot. But I have never, ever seen you where you went up and asked somebody, what are you, before you talk to them, or, what's your political persuasion or anything like that. You're ready with a conversation and a smile and a hug for about anybody that comes your way, right?
Anybody that comes my way. And, like, this is the craziest thing. It's funny you said that because I was doing a golf tournament last Thursday during the Eagles-Cowboys right before the game. And, you know, I wore my Cowboy golf shirt. I have to because I'm a Cowboy fan. If everyone's upset about that, we're good. But people came with Eagles hats, and we just had fun, and we made little bets talking to each other. If I hit the shot better, then you owe me a piece of gum. If you do this, then we're going to hang out and just have fun. It's one of those things to where it's like there's nothing that I love people. And the thing is that, like, you got to get to that love of people. And no matter what, a person is way more important because we're all American. And that's what we got to all get down to. No matter what team you like, no matter what side you're on, no matter what political affiliation, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I'm a Cowboy fan. Doesn't make me a bad person. Why should I get shot over being a Cowboy fan?
No.
What, like, you know, the stuff that happens at these stadiums when people getting beat up. Come on, man. Really? Because he was not a Bills fan or he was not, you know what I'm saying? He was not this fan. He wasn't that fan. You know what I mean? It's like, I like the Ravens too. And then this is the craziest thing is that people will do that and they'll be the ones picking fantasy teams and pick the other guy's person for their team because they know he can win fantasy.
Yeah, we got to bring the temperature down there. Final thought this morning. Final thought, 24th anniversary of 9/11. What do you remember on that day of 9/11?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, it was like my wife and I were talking about it last night because, you know, my son, Corey Jr.,
yes,
he's 7 years old, and he didn't know anything about it.
No.
And then we showed him a nice little video, and then he was able to reciprocate that back this morning and was like, that's when the planes went down. That's when the buildings went down. And he's learning more and more because you don't want to put that on him, but he needs to know why we have Patriots Day. He needs to know why. And a lot of people don't explain to people their why. You know what I mean? And I'm always trying to figure out the why. And he understands that as he's growing as a man, as a little kid, and as a teenager the whole way through. And I'm looking at it to where I remember I was driving back from Wichita, Kansas, coming back to Detroit, where my family was living at the time, just because I was getting ready to go play in Venezuela for winter baseball. And then the next year, it was like I was in the big leagues. So you got to think about it. This was an important time for me, so I was worried about self.
Right.
And so I'm driving back from Wichita, Kansas, and I'm somewhere in the middle of America. And I'm driving, and I remember getting up, and I'm just seeing, I see the TV at the motel that I was staying at, and then I see the TV, and there's smoke coming out, and then I always remember there was no one on the road.
Yep.
And I was just driving by myself. No trucks, no police officers, no one else. I drove for about an hour and a half through middle America, through Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, that area, going back toward Michigan, and there was no one on the road for about an hour. And then I started seeing people, and I started wondering why. Then I turned on the radio, and then I heard the towers were down. That was my first experience with it.
Wow. That's amazing. Corey, I appreciate you taking time to share with us this morning, my friend. Some really good thoughts.
I got you. Hey, yo, Gary, can I say something, though?
Go ahead.
Real quick.
Yep.
Yes, sir, please. Hey, you keep talking about Augies, man, and it's making me hungry for a chili dog in the morning. No, I'm being serious. So tell Augies I'm coming over there in the next couple of weeks.
Well,
and tell them to hook your boy up, man, because I want to try that Augie dog, man.
You got to do the Augie dog. I'm telling you what, it's the best you'll ever taste. And I'm throwing that in front of a man who's probably eaten a few dogs across his country.
Yo, come on, man. You know how many hot dogs I've eaten in my lifetime with the spreads here with baseball. I've eaten a ton of hot dogs. And you keep talking about that Augie dog. I just want to let you know that every time I hear that before we come on, I'm like, man, it'd be nice to have an Augie dog right now.
You and I will have to get out and have an Augie dog together one day. We'll just do it together. How's that?
I got you. That sounds good to me, man. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to let you know I wanted to give Augies a shout-out because it sounds delicious.
Love you, buddy. You take care and have a great day. Take care.
Sir. We'll see you next week. You got it.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Corey with us here. Corey Thurman this morning on the Gary Sutton Show. See, I'm starting a crusade here on this Augie dog thing.
Apparently,
Mark.
you're infecting everyone.
I'm infecting everybody. That's exactly right. We got some stories we're going to tell you here. Aaron Anderson is out of the country today, so he's not going to be with us at 8:35. But I'm going to tell you the story about Brian Clark today on the anniversary of 9/11. Was one of only 18 people in the South Tower to escape from within or above the impact zone of the plane. And it's an unbelievable story that we'll tell you about that and other things as well. We also remember the life of Charlie Kirk today. He died yesterday as he was gunned down with a single bullet to the neck. If you've seen any of the videos, and a lot of them are down now. A lot of them are asking you to check the website to see if you're old enough to look at it, things like that. Incredible stuff that happened yesterday as he was shot, and the world reacting today, and much more. All here on the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK. It is 8:19.
Williams, long drive, deep left field, way back, way back. It is out of here. A grand slam home run off the bat of Chris Williams as he parks it. It hung right in the middle of the plate, and Chris Williams was all over it as he blew that one out over the merry-go-round and everything else that was out in that direction. And Williams hits a 4-spot right here for the Revs.
On the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A slider in under his hands. K is for Kickham. Mike Kickham strikes out the side in the 6th inning. He's got 8 on the night. Pitch to Lewis is drilled deep to left field. Down the line it goes and gone. Brandon Lewis gets those 2 home and then some. A towering 3-run homer deep into the York night. It's his 15th of the year. It's the 1-1. And a ground ball hit sharply to second. A Rojo diving play to his left. Up to his feet. He throws him out. And the Revs win 15-3. They maintain the league's best record with 7 games to go. And speaking of 7, Mike Kickham now 7-0 in 7 starts with the Revs, a new record to start a season with York.
Yeah, Kickham was unbelievable last night. Gave up a run in the first inning and then just shut him down after that, and was absolutely outstanding. And he and the Revs went on to win 15-3 last night. I got to call my first Grand Slam, as you heard.
Yeah.
And it was fun. I did the Harry Doyle way back. Yeah. That's the only thing I did. Other than that, the moment it was hit, you saw it was gone. It was loud and just boomed it out over the merry-go-round. And I was trying to see if it got out over the fence, but didn't quite make it out over the whole fence. That was the deep part of the ballpark there. But, I mean, what a clout.
Yeah.
And the Revs tonight playing in their final regular season home game. Now, I say regular season because the 20th and 21st of September, they'll play the opening 2 playoff games here, which looks more and more like they're going to be playing, guess who? Lancaster, who they beat 5 of their last 6 games of the season with Lancaster, and looking forward to seeing that series shape up, where the winners of each half of the North Division play each other. And then, of course, the same thing happens in the South Division. It'll be High Point and I believe Gastonia playing in that one. But, yeah, that's where we are right now. And, of course, tonight we'll be right here on WOYK. Daryl and I will be doing the game. 6:10 will come on, and 6:30 will be the opening pitch. Come on out here tonight and celebrate the last regular season game with the Revs before they go on the road for their final 2 series in Long Island and also in Staten Island, where they finish up the regular season. I also want to remind you that if you suffered from depression, if you have tried a lot of things from psychiatrists and psychologists, and a lot of people get great results there, and maybe you did, or maybe you've taken some pills and things like that from your psychologist or for your psychiatrist, you maybe haven't gotten all of what you wanted to get out of that. Have you tried Neurostar yet? Yep, right here at the York TMS Clinic at 1806 North George Street, right here in York. They have a brand new organization which is helping people here treat depression. You know, there are 280 million people worldwide who are struggling to overcome depression. I happen to be one of them. I've done that for a long time, and I've got a pretty good handle on it now, but I got to tell you, it's been a struggle over the years, and for anyone who's ever gone through that, you know what I'm talking about. It's a sickness. It is something that you can get, and there was a stigma attached to it for a long time. We're trying to get rid of that stigma. And the idea is you want to get treated. You want to get help. Well, at York TMS Clinic, they are ready to help you right now to get rid of that depression, to get it under control. And they treat depression at the source with the Neurostar transcranial magnetic stimulation. It goes right to the source of depression in your brain. It's a non-invasive, non-drug treatment that uses focused magnetic pulses to basically wake up those areas and help your brain work the way it should. It's the physical therapy for your brain. Think of it that way. And you can experience what that's all about and find out what it's all about before you experience it by stopping by 1806 North George Street right here in York, or giving a call to them at 717-699-7361. Dr. Gracia ATN and his whole staff of knowledgeable people there will help you get back on track. You don't have to be referred by a doctor. Most insurances cover it, and there are a number of ways that you can get out there and take part in one of those sessions or find out about how the sessions work. 19 minutes a day, 36 treatment sessions to completion, and then you can resume normal activities after you're done with each of the treatments. It's that simple. You can drive yourself out there. It is a place where you can get some new kinds of treatment. Colleen, who was there, said, Neurostar treatment has changed my life. It's given me life. It's given me joy. It's given me opportunity. Find out if you're suffering from depression or you know someone who is, a little bit more about Neurostar by going to York TMS Clinic, 1806 North George Street, right here in York. I am on a crusade with Dr. ATN to help people get relief from depression. Find out how you can get relief right there by giving a call today to 717-699-7361 and tell them Gary Sutton proudly sent you to York TMS Clinic, 1806 North George Street, right here in York. Mark?
So here's the thing. Here's a story. We just have time for, I think, this one story. But it just totally has nothing to do with any of the other stuff we've spent 90% of this morning's show on. But I think it's among the most interesting things, sort of.
A rock sample collected by the NASA Perseverance rover on Mars' Jezero crater was found to have poppy seed-looking spots that enough scientists now agree are evidence of previous microbial life. Nikki Fox is with NASA's Science Directorate.
It's a sort of leftover sign. It's not life itself. And it certainly could have been from ancient life, and that would have been something that was there billions of years ago, nothing that's current.
It is quite the exciting discovery, lending credibility to the idea that with the proper conditions and materials, life could develop elsewhere. NASA is working on possibly retrieving rock samples from the Perseverance rover for further study on Earth. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Now, that's a movie I saw.
Yeah.
And bad things happened.
Yeah, there you go.
Alien, right? Wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
By the way, have you ever had the Angry Cheese Steak? Well, you can have it today, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. down at Augie's Joint. Check this out, Mark. And you were just talking about that. Ribeye steak, fried onions, mushroom, hot peppers, sweet cherry peppers, jalapenos, and cheese. The Angry Cheese Steak. I saw one the other day. It's incredible looking. I got to have one. But you can have all the great sandwiches and a great lunch at Augie's Joint right there at Central Market, the Beaver Street side. Go in there and you'll see Augie's right there. And Jewel and Brent and Elijah are ready to cook you up a lunch like you haven't had in a long time. Maybe you'd like to try the Frito dog. Frito chips, cheese, dog sauce, jalapenos, and sour cream. It's unbelievable. Try all the different tastes and try what a lot of people have already found out, that Augie's is a great place for lunch right now. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. They're open today. Stop on down there at the Central Market, right there at the Beaver Street side, and walk in the door and say, Augie, Gary Sutton sent me. I want to have lunch today. And you'll have one of the great lunches you've had of all time. When we come back, the story of Brian Clark on the anniversary of September 11, 2001. We'll also talk more about the shooting yesterday. Charlie Kirk. Incredible. And still looking for the person who did the shooting yesterday. We'll also give you some of our texts. And Mark will have a special remembrance as well. All here on the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK, where it is the bottom of the hour.
The trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord.
Listen to that rumble.
There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising.
And then a few minutes later, the other one would fall.
A portion of the side of the building now just being covered on the right side as I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene and a horrific moment.
It was already bad with the attack, and then when the buildings fell, it just added another surrealness to it, and especially those, if you remember, some of the cameras were in the areas where it looked like a day had turned to night because of all the smoke and dust and everything.
People were having tough times breathing.
Yes. They still are. They're still being diagnosed and that kind of thing.
And it was amazing. I think one of the was Tom Brokaw that said, well, the skyline of New York has changed forever. And that kind of thing. We are getting some texts this morning, by the way, and we do encourage you to do it more and more here on our show. 833-478-4729. One person wrote, in my opinion, social media is a cause of most, if not all, the bad things that are happening in the world now. We didn't debate politics before social media. Most young people rarely even watch the news on TV. And, I would agree. I certainly don't think it's necessarily helping our face-to-face conversation today. Somebody else said they were listening to Corey this morning, Corey Thurman, and they said, I loved his relationship to the Eagle. He had not heard that before. He's a great guy. And I agree. I had never heard that before. The Eagle has two wings. And that was one of the great things said this morning. I want to tell you a couple of stories here. And one is about a guy named Brian Clark. And some of you may have seen this on various documentaries and so forth. But Brian Clark was a Canadian businessman and survivor of the attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11th of 2001. And we observed that today, obviously, 24 years later. But Clark had worked for the American international brokerage firm Euro Brokers Incorporated, later merged into BGC Partners, which lost 61 employees that day, nearly 1/5 of its New York branch. And Clark was one of only 18 people in the South Tower to escape from within or above the impact zone where the plane struck. In other words, he was above where that plane hit, escaping from his office on floor 84. Clark's testimony before the 9/11 Commission, where he detailed problems with the 9/11 emergency call system, has been widely quoted. And the story of him, after Flight 175 struck the South Tower between floors 77 and 85, Clark and 8 other employees on his floor who had survived the impact gathered together and started to descend stairwell A. They only made it to the 81st floor when Clark and his group were met by a woman and a man coming up the stairs. The woman blocked their paths and warned them that there were flames and smoke further down, and their only option was to try to go up to the roof in hope of being rescued from there. Now, of course, we know nobody was rescued from the roof at all. Clark and his co-workers stopped and debated on the stairwell landing about what to do next, whether to listen to the woman or go up the stairs or to ignore her warnings and go down the stairs. As the group stood there debating their next move, a faint scream of help coming from inside the 81st floor caught Clark's attention. While his group continued to debate what to do, Clark grabbed co-worker Ron DiFrancesco and entered the 81st floor to look for the person screaming for help. As Clark and DiFrancesco entered the floor, Clark turned around to observe his co-workers as they started to go up the stairs to the roof instead of down. That group would all lose their lives that day, as access doors to the roof were locked and there were no plans for helicopter rescues from the roof, as the NYPD deemed it too unsafe to attempt due to dense clouds of smoke and rooftop antennas. As Clark and DiFrancesco continued to make their way to the voice screaming for help, DiFrancesco became overcome with smoke and returned to the stairs, which he would also ascend. Unlike the rest of his co-workers who went up the stairs, however, DiFrancesco reversed course and survived. Clark made his way to find Fuji Bank employee Stanley Premnath, who was pinned underneath some debris behind a wall that had stood firm. Premnath had initially evacuated the building after the first plane had hit the North Tower, but went back inside as South Tower security gave clearance to re-enter the building. Once he had arrived back at his office on the 81st floor, he was on the phone when he noticed the second plane coming right at him. He screamed and jumped under his desk as the plane was hitting the building. After the impact, Pramath found himself alive under his desk with only minor injuries. The left wing of United Airlines Flight 175 had sliced through his office and become lodged in a door only 20 feet from him. When Clark found Pramath, there was a wall standing between the two, and the only way for Pramath to escape was to jump up and get over that wall. Pramath was unsure he would be able to get over the wall, but tried due to Clark's urging. Pramath made several unsuccessful attempts to climb the wall, on one occasion injuring his hand, but he persisted, and on another attempt, Clark was able to hook his arms around Pramath and help him to the other side. Clark and Pramath's descent through the floors of the impact was impeded by some debris and smoke, but by moving the debris, they made it passable. The phones were working in Oppenheimer's offices on the 31st floor, so Clark was on the telephone for over 3 minutes and talked to 3 different people before his 9/11 call was understood. This call might have been the only chance for rescue workers to learn that there was a clear stairwell that the several hundred people trapped above the impact could try to use to escape. Clark described how he and Pramath did not feel a sense of urgency, and before calling 911, they each made one brief personal call. At 9:55, they got to the ground floor where there were rescue workers. One advised them to run once they exited onto Liberty Street at the southeast corner of the complex. At 9:56, Clark and Pramath ran out of the World Trade Center complex. Clark described how when they had gotten about 2 blocks away, Pramath told him he thought the buildings were going to come down. Clark was skeptical, repeating how solidly built the towers were, but he did not finish his sentence before the South Tower, Tower number 2, collapsed to the ground and started to collapse. Clark and Pramath had left the South Tower just 3 minutes before it collapsed. They were 2 of the last 25 people to exit the building. Clark was number 22. Only 2 other people exited the South Tower after Clark and Pramath. Pramath thanked Clark for saving his life. Clark, in turn, also thanked Pramath since he felt that the act of leaving his group and freeing Pramath drew him out of the debate that might have ended with his joining the others who went up to their deaths. His Eurobrokers colleague, Ron DiFrancesco, who had initially turned around because of the smoke, mustered the strength to resume the descent and was the last person to escape the South Tower before its collapse. He awoke several days later in a hospital suffering from extensive burns and a head laceration. 62 of Clark's co-workers were killed in the attack. Clark was also later appointed by his company's management to be president of the Eurobrokers Relief Fund, created to help take financial care of the families of those who were lost. He retired in 2006, a year after Eurobrokers merged with another company. And since his retirement, he has been volunteering with various nonprofit organizations, including serving on the board and as treasurer of the New Brunswick Theological Seminary in New Jersey. Amazing story there. One of many that day, Mark, of people who showed great heroism there at the towers.
There's a website. There's lots of them, but this particular one is thefactsite.com, and they just have a listing of numerous facts about, what just odd things that you might not think about, like the plan failed. This was it had to do with the 93 bombing, and they had game planned some of this stuff as to what would happen if things, toppled and all that. And a lot of those things did not happen. The week after 9/11, again, this is just not connected except for the incident. Alcohol consumption in Manhattan increased by 25%. Tobacco intake rose by 10%. Church attendance rose by 20%. After the attacks, it took how many days for firefighters to extinguish all the fires around Ground Zero?
It was, I remember, I knew it at the time. I don't know it now. No.
100 days.
Yeah.
And this is a real, you're talking about Pramath and Clark helping each other during the destruction. A guide dog named Roselle led her blind owner down 78 flights of stairs and led her to safety. So man's best friend there, or woman's best friend. How much art was lost, because there's a lot of pictures hanging in a big building like that, 2 of them. And in one particular building, they had a memorial piece for the victims of that 1993 bombing, but they also had, very famous paintings, including some by Pablo Picasso. So when the buildings came down, $100 million worth of art was lost in that collapse. You think about that. And the workers, when they were going through the debris, because it was sifted, they found 65,000 items, including 437 watches and 144 wedding rings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. When we come back, I'm going to tell you a story about John O'Neill, a controversial figure who was in the tower that day, and what happened with him. All here on the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK, where it is 8:44. Welcome back to the Gary Sutton Show on WOYK. And we want to remind you about Yanni's. Stop by Yanni's Gyros. They have 2 great locations in York now, one on the east side, 2815 Concord Drive, right out there next to Best Buy. And it's a brand new location. And the menu the same. You can go to YannisGyros.com. That's YIANNIS, gyros.com. Or you can go to the west side at 310 Town Center Drive, right out in the West Manchester Town Center, and check out Yanni's right there, right next to Buffalo Wild Wings and AT&T. And Yanni's is there. You see all the wonderful plants that Chris, Yanni's dad, has put out there. And I'm telling you what, you want to have great Mediterranean dining, you want to have healthy dining, you want to get to Yanni's today. Whether it's dinner time or lunchtime, Yanni's is a great place to go. Greek dining right here in the heart of Pennsylvania. And the Mediterranean food is healthy stuff. Whether you're getting souvlaki, like chicken on a stick or pork on a stick, or one of the great gyros like the Hercules gyro, or maybe you'd like to try a Yanni's hamburger, one of the best hamburgers you're going to buy anywhere. You can find them all right there at Yanni's Gyros. Again, 2 great locations in York now, and you can call for takeout. They're open 11 to 8 every single day during the week at Yanni's. Stop by and tell them Gary Sutton proudly sent you today. WOYK News Time is 8:50. One of the interviews I had years ago, I had a chance to interview a guy named Murray Weiss, and he wrote a book called The Man Who Warned America, The Life and Death of John O'Neill, the FBI's embattled counter-terror warrior. John O'Neill is an interesting guy. It's one of the more interesting stories that you'll ever come across. John O'Neill was dedicated and a very charismatic, almost like a spy figure, Mark, who was considered the leading U.S. expert on Osama bin Laden and the al-Qaeda terrorist organization. He thought very early that that bin Laden was the biggest threat to security of anyone in the world. And he kept telling people that. His warnings were ignored. He recognized the threat posed by al-Qaeda and had been trying to warn the government about impending attacks, many of which he was right on, particularly those involving the use of airplanes as weapons. But his warnings were often dismissed. Well, O'Neill's unconventional style and persistent efforts to fight terrorism often put him at odds with the FBI's internal bureaucracy and politics for whom he worked. Okay, he was at the FBI. Ultimately, he was let go. He actually had a chance. He retired. His FBI career ended when he was involved in a minor scandal and chose to retire in August of 2001. Just weeks before he started a brand new job. Where do you think it was? Head of security for the World Trade Center. Here's a guy that had warned people over the years of these attacks that were coming, and no one listened. So he was looking for a gig, looking for a new job. So he was let go in August. Actually, he retired. And he picked up a job at the World Trade Center. He lived in New York. And he was at the World Trade Center as the head of security that morning on September 11th, 2001, when the 9/11 attacks occurred. And he was killed in the collapse of the tower where his body was later found. He apparently started running upstairs to help people, and he died in the tower that day. And it was the title of Frontline had a series called The Man Who Knew Bin Laden. Comes from a Frontline documentary that explored O'Neill's life. He was kind of
he was a rogue.
A rogue, exactly right.
Yeah.
But a guy who did know of what he spoke, and he put a lot of information out during that time.
Very opinionated. He thought.
Oh yeah.
He was convinced that he was right and that people should be listening to him.
Yep.
And I don't know if that. He wasn't he wasn't a politician, maybe, like trying to sell his idea.
Right.
He thought, you should trust me because I know what I'm talking about. And, maybe it rubbed some people the wrong way.
His life has been described as a Hollywood movie plot because of the extraordinary and ironic circumstances of his life and death, but also the way he lived. He was quite the bon vivant, shall we say. But the story is a compelling, albeit tragic one.
Yeah.
And you look at how an individual's insights were hindered by institutional resistance and how the government was unaware of the severity of the impending attack. And here was a guy who was trained to do that, had gone to a lot of those theaters around the world where bin Laden's hands were on a lot of the bad things that were happening at that time. And it's ironic that the guy he talked about was the guy who basically was responsible for his death.
Well, and then if you remember, speaking about foresight, we used to, on this date, play the award-winning submission of our former station's news department.
Yes.
And we won several awards that day. And we had and in order to make a submission, we had all these different air checks is what they're called. And I cut them down and we used to play that. It was I think it was 6 minutes long. And it was a representation of what had happened that day from before anything happened to, I think, my last newscast. And so we used to play that every year. And of course, I didn't think to take it on our last day, but, and I'll be sorry about that. But anyway, two things that I guess happened. You took a caller. I don't remember his name.
Yes.
But he said very early on, this was, I think, before the buildings even came down.
Right.
He said, this sounds like bin Laden.
It did.
This sounds like bin Laden. And then there was another person, I don't think it was the same one, I think it was a different person, who described a Tom Clancy novel where that's exactly what the terrorists in that book did. Matter of fact, if you're a fan of Jack Ryan, they've made a couple of series of that with the guy from The Office. Well, that's how Jack Ryan got to be president. He started I think he was in the Treasury Department or maybe the FBI, but he ended up becoming president because these planes in that book hit the president and the vice president and I think the speaker. So for some reason, he ended up rising all the way up to be president. And so you had two listeners very, very early on, sniffing it out and coming up with some pretty impressive predictions there.
Yeah, I was reading about Michael Cuz and Camilla on this day, 24 years ago. Two visitors who were at the World Trade Center. I know you were up on top of there at one point in time, Mark.
Yeah, me and my wife, I have a picture. I got to remember to tell my son and my daughter today that that picture right there, we're on top of the World Trade Center.
Well, these two visitors, Michael Cuz and Camilla, were at the World Trade Center observation deck on September 10th, 2001. They planned to return the next morning, but both overslept. Cuz frantically tried to call Camilla after hearing about the attack and later learned she was safe because she was also running late. They slept the next morning and it saved them. And so there you have it. This hour has been brought to you by Augie's Joint. Augie's Joint located right there at the Beaver Street side of the Central Market. One of the great places to go for lunch, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They're open Tuesday through Saturday, and they're open today, and they've always got great choices for you, like the classic cheesesteak with a ribeye steak, fried onions and cheese, or my favorite, the Augie's Doggy, dog sauce, house onions, mustard, and cheese. No matter what you get there, it's going to be delicious. I'll tell you what, Jewel and Brent and Elijah, Brent, of course, is Augie, just cooking up a great meal for you at lunchtime every single day. Get on down there for lunch. It's a great place to make a destination, or if you're working downtown, get on over there and have lunch at Augie's. It has become the new hot spot downtown here, right there at Central Market, not Central Family Restaurant, Central Market, and they are ready to cook for you today, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
So how did Brent become Augie?
I don't know. I've never asked him that. I'm going to have to ask him that sometime.
Would you do that?
Because Augie's Joint, because that is, it's hanging on you. I can see
it is.
It's affecting you.
Today, September 11th, National Day of Service and Remembrance.
Yes.
It is National Emergency Responder Day. It is also, on a lighter note, Make Your Bed Day. So maybe go back and do that.
Charlie Kirk's killer still out there. We're going to have more news on that as that comes up. We'll be talking about that more tomorrow. Also, tonight is the final regular season game for the Revs. Stop on out here and see the Revolution up against Staten Island tonight in the final regular season game. Of course, the playoffs start the 20th and 21st of September, not too far from now. Looks like we're going to be playing Lancaster, although there could be some things happening to change that before it's all said and done. And our game time tonight, 6:10 will be airtime. Game time will be at 6:30 with the first pitch tonight as Valamon is pitching, going for his 10th win tonight for the Revs. Chris Valamon, who has been pitching so well for the Revolution. So we'll do that tonight. And hope all of you have a moment of reflection today, have a time to sit back and think. A lot of things have happened here with yesterday and the shooting, and then today, remembering the events. And you'll see a lot of those on TV today as people commemorate and remember what happened on 9/11, and maybe we can make this world a better place. What do you say? I'm Gary Sutton for Mark McKenzie. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Gary Sutton Show. Have a good day. It is 9 o'clock.
And A is rolling.
Ted Check, author of Saving the Beast, joins us at 6:35 Friday morning to talk about, do you show the video of a killing or not? All here on the Gary Sutton Show, brought to you by Barley Snyder, attorneys at law.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the killing?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw the video. Unbelievable.
Did his head explode?
No, it wasn't his head. They hit him in the neck.
So
And what happened was he went like this. He went back, and the blood just spurted, and the whole shirt turned red. It was unbelievable. I mean, it was really horrible.
Wow, I didn't see any of that.
Yeah. Coming up at 7:05 on the Gary Sutton Show Friday morning, Kevin Smith of Kindness Worldwide talks about where does kindness play a role right now in all the things happening the last couple of days on the Gary Sutton Show, brought to you by Barley Snyder, attorneys at law.
Wait a second.
No. Barley Snyder, attorneys at law.
Yeah, that's it.
Jim McClure, there you go. Show brought to you by Barley Snyder, attorneys at law. At 8:05 Friday morning, Jim McClure, York historian, joins us to talk about why truth is more important than slogans. All here on the Gary Sutton Show, brought to you by Barley Snyder, attorneys at law. Check them out at barley.com.
Nice. Do that.
Okey doke. I'm going to have plenty to talk about this weekend, that's for sure. Yeah. On Saturday, but yeah.
How long is that show?
7 to 10 Saturday mornings. Then I have a tournament where I get back at 11:30. Going to Hamir's on Friday, and I haven't been there in a while.
I got to work at Hershey.
Sunday? You just work on Sundays, right?
Yeah, but I'm